picture paints 1,000 words. Let's take a breath of myth and mystery and don't look back. Alright, looks like that's working. Welcome back to Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I forgot to turn off the air conditioner actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Does look like that's being picked up a little more than I would like. Hold on. It's one of those window ones, so it's really loud. Yeah, that's probably better. Anyway, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I know when I was playing, Professor Layton last Monday, I was like, I'll do it on the next Monday. But then I thought about it when I was playing Apollo Justice, and I was like, actually, that's too long of a break between the Apollo Justice stuff. Ace Attorney is mostly a lot of disconnected puzzles. There's a plot going on and stuff, but, like, it's easy to follow, and you don't really need to solve it most of the time. You need to solve individual puzzles, which you get all the information within the puzzle itself. Versus Apollo Justice, where you gotta remember what's happening, and it's like, I should probably have those closer together. So Professor Layton will go on Wednesdays instead. Honestly, I should look into maybe getting another day for stream if I ever want to play something that isn't either of those games. I've just gotta pay attention to what people are doing on, like, Tuesday and Thursday. Weekends are out. Everyone gets up at the same time, but no one goes anywhere, so they're all there. And it's like, well, but Tuesday and Thursday might be possible. I've gotta look into it. Won't have an answer until at least next week, I think. Because I've gotta actually do some observation. But yes, Apollo Justice. I shall open the game, and we'll get back to it. We were doing some sort of flashback to a trial next, I believe. That's what the thing in the save thing had, at least. Health warning. Use I know. Let's see. Anything else I need to mention? Not really. Beyond... Will you turn down? Okay. Probably when I do get around to switching another game in, it would probably be, one of those old Game Boy Color, Detective Conan games, because 2 of them got fan translations, which I have acquired. So I might do that, because I'll probably get around to doing that before the Kindaichi Case File crossover one, because I just have not gotten through reading it. I've been distracted with a reread of Detective Conan that's been going on Tumblr, and also I found another manga called Usatoki Rhetoric, and it's also good. And it's just... I need to stop picking so many things to read and also watch, because I'm also watching 2 ongoing anime right now, along with catching up with Detective Conan and occasionally watching the old Ranma. Plus I need to watch Dr. Stone. It's been coming out, and I have not been keeping up with it because it's not on an easily accessible thing. Like, the other 2 I'm watching are on Netflix, so they're easy to keep track of, but I don't actually know where Dr. Stone is officially. It might be on Crunchyroll, which I don't have, so I'll have to look into that. Some of Dr. Stone's on Netflix, but not the new one. They don't even have the last bits from where they went to America, the last core, I think they're called. They only have up to the Treasure Island arc ending, I think. So the 3rd season. Oh well. Right. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time. And only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed? The man I killed, of course. I don't know who's saying this. Well, seems I've found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Why, yes, over a game of cards. I don't know which was meant to be saying that. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Oh, it's the old lobby with the old painting and stuff. April 19th, 9:27 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay. It's been a long time since I've felt like such a rookie. Got to try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. Your, facial hair is weird looking. It's very sketchy. Like, in a literal sense of it looks like a sketch. You need a voice. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. Understand, I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what's happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Oh, look at you. You're tiny and red.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine, as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. What a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Me? Look what he started.
Here.
What's that? Seems Fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Okay, it's a little bit bigger. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. He told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. He said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. It's right there! It's right there! You can read it in like 30 seconds! 30 seconds! Notebook page added to the court record. Although maybe that's just an indication that I should look at it, but I'm sure it would just pop up the same thing. Oh, we have some sort of image as well. On the autopsy report, it seems. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? Well, let's take a look at what we got. Very important badge proving my identity. Body found in the hospital room, shot in the head. Someone took out the IV but taped it to the bed instead of just dropping it. The doll's also been shot. Gun's right there. Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30 p.m. April 13th. Homestuck Day. Did you hear about the new Homestuck pilot animated thing that's been announced? That's something. Toby Fox is voicing John Egbert. Also, the person who voices Tails the Fox, Miles Brower, is voicing Jade, which is interesting. She didn't speak in the little trailer they had for it, but interesting. That's on top of whatever is exactly happening with the unofficial Homestuck collection, which is the only way to read it properly. Because the site's been broken for years. Years now, ever since Flash shut down. Many interesting things are happening. I'm not super into Homestuck anymore, but you know. I'm still around, I still follow a bunch of people who are very into it, and so I definitely see what's going on. And whenever that pilot comes out, I'll probably watch it. Let's see, cause of death, loss of blood from bullet wound. It was the loss of blood, not the fact that it went through his brain. Sure, whatever. Note, malignant tumor found in the victim's liver. Sure. Okay, so I see. And since we know what was mentioned before about a faked notebook page, I'm assuming this would be it. So it's being set up with this, it seems like it's being set up to look like a suicide, but then it's like, actually no, he did get murdered or something, you know, whatever. Which makes sense, like, your forehead isn't typically the place you'd put the gun. You wouldn't be able to set it down nicely either. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course. It's one of those every... I see. I saw his face change and thought he was talking. Of course, there's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? You will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. See, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
My first look at the case was only yesterday. And the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramarye. A wildly popular magician, star of Troop Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Hello there. Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Hi there. Haven't grown your hair out yet. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is that some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Well, the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. The Gaviniers concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Claudia Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavin's. Figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Claudia Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviniers. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. This sprite does look nicer than the one they had in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. The art style in that was a little off due to, I guess, just from transferring it from the, like, Game Boy Advance sprites to more high-res stuff. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro-rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney Wright. Attorney Wright. I see. I hope you don't keep saying that. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Tongue, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes. Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Now, we haven't seen you the whole time, have we? You maybe don't look as great in this style. And you are... Yeah. He does not look this nice. The dark outlines, I feel like, were a better fit. Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey-youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Yeah. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. Facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were. Ah yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique has been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? Malignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Magnifique's chart added a court record diagnosed with a malignant tumor given 3 months. I can look at it closer. Patient's nag Magnifi Grammary, age 67, male. Malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Okay. Odd that they bring that up specifically. Wonder how relevant it would be. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. Small syringe added to the court record. Used for administering insulin shots had been washed and shows no signs of use. Doesn't look like it's been filled with anything like yet. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Well, detective, perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do it. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my... I was reading that. Magnifi's letter added to the court record. Letter asking Zach to shoot him. Hold on, I'll open it up. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. 1 shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifi Grammary. Interesting. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was given an IV. An IV. There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night, without fail. So that means the only time they could meet without the chance of an that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. I imagine it's some sort of crime he was trying to cover up. That's how it usually is. The circumstances. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. That's a different voice. I don't think that's what you sounded like in the previous game. Like, even remotely. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. His victim was, indeed, shot in the forehead, after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks, pal. Fine, I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. A few days before it happens in the letter. I don't like that new voice clip. Very... breathy. And this letter was sent by the victim. There it is, gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal. Uh-huh. I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake. I see. Score 1 for the boys. I didn't lose, I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed? But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess. I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor. So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. How can you be so sure? Hey, you've gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright. As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. Right? The problem is the who. What kind of pistol is that? It looks ancient. Or at least very old-fashioned. The photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar... I mean, something else was shot. But I don't think that disqualifies the victim from being shot in the forehead, since you can see a hole in his head, but the doll was also shot, which is interesting. It's worth bringing up for certain. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove that he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Okay. World's easiest thing. This is definitely a different voice actor. Not a lot of lines, but I don't think I like it as much. Look, clown doll. Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Did no one notice this up till this point? It's very obvious. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. Your forensics team is really bad at paying attention.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Oof. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. Can't you see how many times the gun was fired? You could do that in previous cases. I don't know how exactly that works. Maybe this is a weird kind of gun that you can't tell as well. It's definitely shaped different. It might very well be a clue. Yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
Hold it!
So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Actually, the victim ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. Did what was asked of him. Fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt found it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man. I don't think we looked at that one yet. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? Never heard of Zack and Val's quick draw shoot 'em? Huh? What's that? Well, the defendant's specialties. Zack and Val stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. Why? That seems like an unrelated concept. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Herb Gramery stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. Read this carefully, you say. Lowering my life's curtain. I'm already a gun with which you will shoot. One shot square in the forehead. Cannot refuse, we both know the reason why. Maybe about the one shot? Ready a gun. He might have only brought one bullet. There's no direct indication of that. Normally, you'd have, like, the gun in the evidence, and it'd be like, was shot X times. That's how it was before, at least. Granted, we haven't gotten that, but, like, someone should have brought it up. Well, I guess if it was only shot once, since they have brought it up, they probably would want to keep that under wraps, because they generally don't want the defense getting information like that that would help them. Still... Let's see. Kill the old man. Fire from the pistol at the scene. And it did what was asked of him. Brings a murder.
Objection!
The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Alright, that's not right. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. I must be on the wrong track. Okay. Read the letter carefully, he says. Single gunshot to the head. That all checks out. Maybe something else. Definitely belongs to the old man. Fire from the pistol found at the scene.
Hold it!
This pistol, one of the crime scene photo. It's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. Rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Oh, I see. The court would like to see the pistol in question. I thought I'd pressed that. It must have skipped it at some point when they were saying things. You got it, sir. Here it is. Well, this is truly a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. I don't think that's true. I feel like if anyone was going to do a murder, they would probably put some gloves on. That's only the smart thing to do. Huh, intriguing point, well made. Whoa, 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 not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Okay, that's what we need. Fires one real bullet. Barrel marks match bullet found in victim, no fingerprints found. My grandchildren would get a kick out of seeing this. And now it's time to return to our testimony. I see that. Okay, So I must have just, like... missed that one. So that should do it, because it's like there's only one bullet, but you can't shoot two things with one bullet.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Where's also the bullet that went into the clown? I feel like that maybe wouldn't have enough stopping power. Looked like it might have been like some sort of hollow thing. So it presumably went into the wall or something. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and
Objection!
did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too. That's not a contradiction. Even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. What's this? Seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, a detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? My decisive witness, of course. A witness who we will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. To be continued. I mean, we can save. Probably good to save in between these, but it's been like not that long. April 19th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I don't think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. I'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You've seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. Guess it would have been the other one for the act, right? Two. Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. I didn't look at the notebook. It occurred to me I should have, but now it's gone. I might pop that back up later. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Oh, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request. Though, not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and fear brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciple somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? Well, if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that's all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It's not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, can I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Grammary, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. April 19th, 11:37 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Oh, they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Okay, everything looks good. I did that wrong. Being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. No mustache on you yet. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary. Valent Grammary. Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt. Fate. The grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. I'm on the 13th, 11:20. Interesting. Otherwise looks the same. Just like in case the first guy didn't follow through, I guess. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Gremory received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself? Yeah, just the 11:20. Why, it's practically the same. Court accepts this into evidence. 92nd letter added the court record. Letter telling ballot to come at 11:20 p.m. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Gremory up to? By which do you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was cursing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet, this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us? Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gremory, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses singing hymns. The red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. The night of the crime. At night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss, I gave it to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Gremory, is guilty. But if it wasn't Zach Gremory, then the killer was you, Valent. No disappearing act will get you out of that. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m. Indeed, in magic, timing is everything. Right? Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double is left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic. Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You went at the designated time, and what did you see? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now you are the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Fair enough. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse. So it does, and my partner, he did not refuse. But Magnifi wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't? I mean, from his statement, the guy was already dead. If that holds true, that's a pretty decent reason. Because I have a will of steel. Of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong. So which is it? Mind if I continue? And a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss. I gave it to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. One in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more, see when I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, bullet in the pistol, location of the pistol, number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot-'em, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only 1 pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all. Until we get the specific results of the rifling back, I guess they can't say if it's the exact same gun, though you'd think it'd be easier to check if it matches the bullet you already have. I don't know exactly how it works, so I guess there could be differences. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. When I shot with it, I shot the clown. So you took the only pistol there and fired it. That's correct. And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene. Good show. I see you too are a magician of sorts. And you're an idiot of sorts. You have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These slow ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else. I see, so that you can redo it if you think it's bad. No need. I think this is good. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. Press it, meals. I guess this probably could be useful information, but... So you informed the police. What did you do then? What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate the mentor's corpse, perhaps? Hi, mentor. I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Now please answer the question and skip the sarcasm. After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we waited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine. We've confirmed with the doctor. It all checks out. He praised Mr. Vallant's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. It is an honor I do not deserve, but I accept. Both of Magnifee's students received the same letter. Both admitted to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifee. I couldn't find the cracks in his testimony. With it, I shot the clown. Burrow marks match bullet found in victim.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Vallant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vallant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Vallant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. There is technically another possibility that you could play through of the gun was like fired and then the bullet from the other gun was put in it and the guy took the one that hadn't been fired. Which, you know, interesting. Probably not accurate, but that's a possibility someone could state. Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And, I might add, it wasn't really my fault. How old are you in this anyway? Here you are. 17. I think it's too young to be an attorney. Hi. You look very different. I should read these, actually. It doesn't usually show up when I'm doing things, so I always forget they're here. Shadi Aminar. Okay, I probably shouldn't read this in the middle of that, actually. I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valant Gramarye? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. I mean, it sounds like we gotta check the rifle marks a little more closely. And maybe ask our defendant where he put the pistol he took. Where'd that one go? Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. Who shot what? I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. At that time. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. We're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi. It's easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, that is an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we be able to blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. Okay, so it sounds like I can't just press everything or I'll get problems. In which case, let me save the game. I think there's a garbage truck outside. Is that being picked up too badly? That's the wrong thing. Doesn't seem like it's that bad. It's definitely appearing on there, but seems fine. Yeah, Holly Body, you wanna look and see? The window's been blocked, so you don't sit on the moon. Okay, so we can only press things that seem important, otherwise we'll get in trouble. Can you not? Well, I mean, they're driving away, I guess. Notably quieter today than they have been in the past, at least. Don't think we had a lot of garbage out there, so that might be part of it. Alright. You arrived at 11:20. After discovering the body, fulfilled your obligation, called in the doctor. Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. It's quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. That doesn't say that specifically. But the official autopsy report might have just had to be less specific because the doctor wasn't properly part of the people investigating. Let's check it out. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple. Reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Ah, the needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. Why? Why would that happen? That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purpose as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. IV report entered the court record. Approximately 10 minutes passed and the IV began. And so it was, when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Any further details? 30 minutes required to administer full IV. From the amount remaining, IV stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Cool. I mean, it could have been taken out separately. I don't know why. Also, it seems weird that it would have just come out from being shot. I feel like they're stuck in there a little better than that. Well, Mr. Wright? Did that seem important? I mean, we got evidence out of it, so yes. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. Witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. In the room at the time was a partner. Kind of makes that a bit disjointed, but whatever.
Hold it!
Did you notice the IV yourself, by any chance? When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. Yellow. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then, too. A trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, in that IV too. I say, I think it was viewed especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. What is he saying his lucky color is? This thing's green. It's definitely a different color than anything he's wearing. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? You're not wearing green, which that is. That's weird. That's a weird thing to say. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us? It's just the picture. That's green. You don't have green anywhere. What are you talking about?
Take that!
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. And I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in the photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Green. Valent Gramarye, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kind of take the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright. Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion, doubt, tell us what your elderly eyes spy. Even my elderly eyes can see the problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. No! I don't have creatures. Don't bring creatures to the courtroom. Order, order, order! What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greater they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Knowledge Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
And to think, you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV liquid does appear as a sort of greenish yellow. That's like neon. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. I suppose he would have meant the stuff going through the tube, because the bag's like blue. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue? Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. Liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. I'm sure it means something, but what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid is yellow because let's eat it. I'm not entirely sure what that one even is supposed to imply. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew the IV liquid was yellow. The witness knew the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. Not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, what's that? No, it's fine. There's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, right. You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Oh, wait, I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? Say? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that word.
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
Also, you're a magician. You probably dealt with some stuff. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? There's a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You would need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, I need solid evidence to bring us back down to earth. Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... It's not bad, it shows no signs of use. Is there anything in here I could see? Just that again. Not anything else is there. I guess you could say that he washed it after the fact? I guess if it was prepared for him to use the thing, someone would have put it in there. Maybe. I'm not sure. The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prompt for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use.
Objection!
What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Gramarye, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Look so. You're having a time. Clearly this didn't, end up working out. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. Well, there is a doubt. I'll say it properly. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Truly, that's no substitute for experience. Let me say. Okay, you were just... Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You see, the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of IV liquid. There is no proof. There's no proof that he didn't do it either. I mean, you'd have to pierce the bag, which wouldn't be a problem. Yes, quite true. But he's admitting it. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This, I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim, Magnifi's Gramarye's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. First should come soon. First should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on. But not long. It depends on his hand. All that's left to mine is to lay down this pen. And then the ripped page. This does appear to have been written just before his death. We can't get imprints on the other page or something? Court accepts this into evidence. Magnifi's diary added to the court record, a memoir of sorts written up to just before he died. Read the very last part with particular care. I can look at it. So that's fine. Picture on the side. I can open it. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? It looks like a page was ripped out. Oh no, isn't that interesting? Alright. Particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on. Not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifie Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifie's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifie Gramarye wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifie did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramarye. The fact that a page was pulled out is really obvious. Well, how do you like me now, Everett? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. We know the evidence is fake, but he doesn't. Because this is the past, where he did show the evidence, and then it was fake. So I guess we're doing that. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. Note that the page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I'm not sure the rip marks even match. Looking at it closer, huh? God, I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifie Gramarye. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that! Seems fake clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 minutes remain. To all those who supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. But Sam Hill... Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifie's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valent Grammary. No. No! Her handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order, order! But wait! That's impossible! The old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. Ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. You. Holding trial with no audience is a first even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? Details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say? I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Oh, yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. True. My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Measham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Legal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Grammary. Legal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Measham has another side, you might say. He's skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Uh-huh. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright. Yes. You have an explanation for yourself. If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal, too, perhaps for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor. Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney. Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I've seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. Well, on the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadia Nigmar, aka Zach Gramery, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Gramery miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zach Gramery vanished, along with him, for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. To be continued. I would like to say yes. Alright. Plenty of time to keep going. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding out all of this yourself. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifie's Gramery's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Gramery, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. Oops. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Interesting. Hi, Phoenix Wright will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use left bumper and right bumper to jump between the past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Oh, this is something else. You can just... Fascinating. This is... What is this computer? Huh. let's start with the detention center, I suppose. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away. But I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me? Two men on either side with single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely. The innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything. Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits! And what, may I ask, awaits you? A piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Grammary for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Hands a bit. Hello there. That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction. And scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Smile, you're on candid camera. I just had to say it. Old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. Alright, let's see what's up. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zack Grammary killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Grammary has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zack Grammary followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? Trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? The great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. 4 of them. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. I am Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. They'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it. Probably can't do much about that. Oh, there's just a little button instead of having to go into your stuff. That's probably good, because I don't think it's in here anymore. Probably can't deal with that yet. We do see this thing. Mr. Valent, could you look at this for me, please? Yes, accept your challenge. Well, challenge, huh? You want me to make it float, disappear, or shall I simply eat it? I didn't come here to play games, Mr. Valent, or watch you do tricks. Okay. How about the letter that was sent to you? Thoughts on it? No, no thoughts. You probably have zero thoughts about anything. That's fine. I imagine since you could generally not unlock the locks as soon as you find them. You generally gotta do other stuff, so I don't know. This is weird. What is this? Some sort of computer system Mason. That's gotta be something. Like in universe. What? Let's check the lobby. 7 years ago. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. The defendant's escaped. Find him quick. The bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Oh, you. Why? This guy from chapter 5 of or episode 5 of the first game that was added later. Down on the hands! Floor on your head! Now! 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 What's the big idea? Ears! No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, I've lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're bailiff, right? Yes, sir, Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape.
Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir.
But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir.
Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing.
I'm dying over here. Oh, whoa, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, I lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet.
Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform.
Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times. In 3 days, they fired me.
It takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing.
So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff.
But your uniform...
I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired.
That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day.
I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, then tragedy strikes.
Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance?
Oh, the humanity!
That's enough of that.
I guess I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face!
So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way?
Yes, and I, being a bailiff, a little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir.
I have a diagram of the court building here.
There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own.
Okay, and which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door?
He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magician run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir.
You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here.
Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished, like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone.
That's impossible.
Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I have said that word. How have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here.
Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. But you have to admit it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby?
I searched.
Why the pause?
There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir.
How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished?
Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my very own eyes. The red silk hat, that flowing cape, he ran right in here, right inside this room.
Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, alright.
But, sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir.
What about now? any ideas?
Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Cyclops. I should have known. Let's look around. We got plant. I think this is the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. I actually took a nap on that couch once while I was still practicing law. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. What is this thing? What is that? A lamp? World's weirdest coffee table? I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. Guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Oh, okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. It's not that bad. It's nice. It's a little road down a sunset in late fall, early winter maybe. No leaves on the trees. Door. I guess this door was officially a prop in Zach Gromery's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished. But where? He choreographed that entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. Floor. Can't see the ceiling. You want to look at objects I have? Not really. I don't think that you would care about any of these, I think. Can I pick up objects somewhere else? The office, perhaps. 7 years ago? Wright and Co. Law Offices. Child.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? Am I picking on you?
I am fine, as always. This whole boy's here to help me, after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show is today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I, did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you.
Uh-huh? Really?
So, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Uh-huh. I guess so. Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney,
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything.
okay? Say, Daddy.
That was quick. Yes.
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So, thanks, Daddy.
Ah,
Oh, and this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know.
ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. I'll make it through this.
Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Ah, thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? So at this point, then I guess in the future, she'd be like a little younger than Pearl. I haven't heard from Pearl or Maya the whole time. I suppose they're in their village doing medium things. Get off of my apple. Looks like a gnat. I was eating apples before I started. An apple that I cut up to put in peanut butter. When I did not get to finish it, it got to the time to stream, and I cannot eat it on stream. That would not sound good. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Oh, let's look around the room. I got a plant. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't feed Trucy like this. She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. You can still see that hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. Wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge.
I really dig the far out view, Daddy.
Thanks. She must have learned a lot of words from her parents. Poster. You ever get around to watching that movie? An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies, really. I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Rented it just the other day. You should have, like, at least a receipt even if you returned it. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. Ugh, I'm not crying, I just got some dust in my eye. Books. Quite the collection of law books. My mentor bought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now that I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday? Alright, what do you got to say? Here's the office.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, for Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that a foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way.
I'll that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. You did like art school or something, right? That's what you were doing in that case in the last game when you got accused of murder. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. You should run an agency instead.
I mean, like a talent agency. Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
You got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional...
Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zack Gramarye.
Directly descended? He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too.
I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. That's not how descending from someone works, but okay. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, or Zack Gramarye?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Gramarye, and they're big.
The Gramarys, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valiant Gramarye together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. This giant trout swam up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone.
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic and a great Daddy, even if he is unemployed. No, I think things are going to be okay.
I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional.
Yes, it's like that thing they say. Maybe frogs grow up to be frogs.
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, wanna see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Sure. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
That thing's the size of you. Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen. Yeah, look. Whoa, that was startling.
Amazing, Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy.
Oh, it's a dog food thing. I'll probably just pause after I finish her dialogue things and feed him and then come back for the rest of the areas, I suppose. All my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady! My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Amazing Mr. Hat added to the court record. Trucy's favorite trick, startlingly realistic. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zack and Valiant smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here.
There she is, I suppose. This is your mother. She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy'd gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before our eyes.
Hey, Daddy, you won't.
Don't worry, I won't vanish. I promise.
Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Trucy's locket added to the court record contains a photo of Trucy's mother, Thalassa. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What?
Are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Oh, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. Boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team, right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Alright. And with that, I need to feed the dog. I will be back in just a minute. Actually, I need to feed the cat too, I haven't done that yet. I'll be back shortly. The dog will be fed, and we will carry on with that. I have a pretty good idea of what to deal with Meekins, but I want to check the other thing in case I can pick up some more evidence there. Hopefully that hasn't been going on for too long. Whoops. Probably not. Probably just started. I think I hit mute, or what's it called? Snooze is the thing. Instead of just turning it off. In case I did get distracted for too long. But I have returned. Creatures have been fed. The cat is in fact eating it right now because I have it out here because the other cat likes to like bully them. So his food's out in the kitchen and the other cat's food is in here. Alright, so... Oh! A thought has occurred to me. If I recall correctly, during the end of the case we were pursuing with Apollo, during the end of the trial segment we got to, what's her name? What was her name? Vera, was it? Said she had, in fact, seen, the person who requested the, notebook. Which this guy just said they hadn't met with that person. Which, if holds true, would prove that to be a lie. And could be useful. Let's look at the studio. Don't know how you're getting in here. I mean, I guess you're just asking. 7 years ago, Drew Studio. Different. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Measham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? So we'll look around first. We have some sort of sketch. What's this painting here? That's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about. At least not yet. What's that? Some sort of sunset. Door. Going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Oh. Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Shelf. Chair, books, bucket. Paints are scattered all around. Probably the ones he's currently using. Something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess that would make my office a masterpiece. Paintings back there. Big old science zone over here. There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay, they look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Let's look at the letter first. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. Okay, well, let's look at the letter. What's this red envelope? Oh, don't touch that. Sir, it's quite important. Painter's face just changed hues. Yes, I'd better behave. It's tempting to just grab it. Nail polish. That's a pretty bottle. Oh, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. This is you and Vera? Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter, why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Alright. Shouldn't you practice? That's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Oh, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valent, the Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. The Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Not one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. I went to one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. Stamp's quite hard to come by here. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. Commemorative stamp added to the court record. Commemorative stamp showing the trope grammary. Alright. You use these gizmos for painting? They're pretty elaborate. Oh, those aren't for painting, they're for analyzing. Paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools in the forgery trade, I guess. How did this guy not, like, get in trouble for that? When he straight up admitted he did that in court? Whatever. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. Maybe you should keep it off of yourself. That would help. I can see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the 3 primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. Alright, let's talk to you then. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by if it were only me. Your daughter. Mother, weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies were used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. That was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I know it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I'd never met them, not personally. Cyclock. Of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. I mean, I didn't seem to be able to pick up evidence elsewhere, but I think I might be able to deal with, Meekins, but I mean, we'll see how this is. If it doesn't work, we can leave. It's three-dimensional now. You're hiding something. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True. When I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclops in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So what's Mr. Measham hiding? I mean, we know the forger isn't accurate. So, we could say that. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclops. Psycholox? Is that some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. never met them. Not personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the psych lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client. But someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is...
Take that!
The real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not realism. Has come back, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psych locks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. Unlock successful. I don't know how you know, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once here to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Their face was covered. They did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Has she just been, like, hanging out in the corner somewhere? Where'd she go? Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Is it time to turn my attention to Vera? I mean, we exhausted all the dialogue options on him, so... Mr. Measham, I have a request. I guess you'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter's never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely so, actually. Only one exception. Which was? Oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished. She was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please, let me speak with her. Alright. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Let me check something. No, okay. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Check something. Alright, looks fine. I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Okay, no. I need to show her something. Let's talk about your stamp. And then there's this. And then... Okay, was I supposed to show her something before that?
My stamp.
Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp... How can I keep her talking? Isn't Troop Grammary amazing? Yes?
Oh,
I especially like those two, Zack and Valant. I mean, they're, just so magical.
aren't they?
Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, oh, magic, you know?
Me too, I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic.
Yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start.
I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic.
The Grammary Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows?
Just once, when I was little, with Father. Grammari's on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all.
Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this? You know, about Zack and Valant, maybe.
Oh, sure.
Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. This will...
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grammary, of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it. Yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person... You mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grammaries forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. They were trying to get on her good side. Commemorative stamp updated in court record, sent from the real client.
I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here.
Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there are lots of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then, she's been... Well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see... Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. It was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm.
When I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So, your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things?
I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So, you did this too?
Oh yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. Pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Gramarye coffin. I guess no one told her. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job. And you talked with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Oh, the first one was easy enough. Let's see what this is. Maybe the bottle? The client. Did the bottle end up in my stuff? No. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me. It's my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? I definitely don't have it. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Maybe I can look at it now that I've, like, got you here and you'll, like, talk if I look at it? Yeah, probably. Look at the desk. Maybe she'll want to talk. No? Oh, I can look at this again. That's an awfully small frame. There's a commemorative stamp with the Gramarye's inside. Thanks. That's a pretty bottle. Oh, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. Belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. I don't have anything that could be the thing that was given. She said it wasn't the stamp. That was sent later anyway. I suppose I'll have to see if I can do some other stuff right now. Let's see if we can deal with your problem. I still have my objects, yes? Cool. I guess I would. I had the Mr. Hat at the place, so... The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out.
Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden?
You know something I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it?
How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as sir.
Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something?
Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it wasn't possible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway?
What did you just say?
Sir, did I just say something, sir?
No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there?
Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking.
It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was here in the room that day.
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day.
Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it.
Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't.
You mean you chased her into this room, not him?
Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how to not mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician.
7 feet?
Zach isn't that tall, is he?
You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zach Gramarye. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar?
No, from Mr. Hat. What's that?
That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Why does she have a show at 8 years old? Also, she didn't say that, I don't think. Have you been to the Wonder Bar?
So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir?
Come again?
That night on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. That amazing Mr. Hat, he really exists. Alright. I remember it clearly, so the details are a little vague. Zach Gramarye existed and exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Gramarye, you don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Gramarye, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Gramarye. His magic's the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see, that's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. Is there a rug? Not in frame, at least. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astounded surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. It's already been a week. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared, it was Mr. Hat. Alright. So he just went somewhere else. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. He
You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it?
So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat.
Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw a cape, Zack Grimmy's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries, making inquiries, and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or scattered remains of Nestle eating chocolate parfait.
Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on account of this case.
It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me.
Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now.
Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no real feelings whatsoever in my harbor.
Okay.
I let the defendant escape, then that's the stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe.
Gumshoe, you've said. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to a show at the Wonder Bar. If you want.
It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in court next time then, sir.
I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zack Gromery that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now, part of the mystery has been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Oh. Alright, we got stuff on this side then. We can go to the club, and that's it. And let's take a look. It sent us over here. Didn't seem like we could progress with our other things, really. Present day, Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Did they genuinely have it that cold? I figured the icicles and snow were props. Later, then. Meow. What is meow? 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Why is she meowing? What? How about you come in here about meowing? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Oh. Yeah, that's that guy. Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. I'm just kidding, I don't do requests. But a different sort of quest. You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours.
Don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman.
He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano, well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started, I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory, they come to watch me play cards. Is this the CD Poker Club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes, there's no money involved. Real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy sort of source of income for the club owner. Then, let's compete. I'll take you to the room. A hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shoddy Smith. Wait, actually, wasn't his name Shoddy something or other? Or was the other guy Shoddy? Who are you? No. Yeah. I'm just using the same first name. Or am I misremembering something?
Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter.
Oh, I'm... Oh no. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. Still do not know who I am. Have we met? Ah. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. That was it. Defendants escaped. Find him quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. You can't be, but you're... Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Today I have only an audience of 1. You... Zach Gramarye, this must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there! We will play soon. Ready the room.
I will be preparing the hideout for you.
Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye. Now I'm Shoddy Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. Caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I've come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker? Those eyes, he's serious. Despise losing above all else. So I've decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. I'll look around the room. One of the restaurant tables. This one's the closest to the piano. Which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant? Let's go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. Piano. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. Never knew you played. I'd do anything else if I could, believe me. Oh, yeah, there's something you could help me with. You think you could make that piano disappear? It'd help me out in a lot of ways, really. Say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that. Except I wasn't joking. This grape juice. Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright. That's not how juice works. There is something inside that bottle. Huh? It's my business card. Not surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic? I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. Nothing else to look at, it seems. We competed that day, 7 years ago, too. Oh yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. To 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You chose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy. She is in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals.
Hey, he's got a good hand. We might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon.
Can you tell me what her power is? Giving a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. Those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. I'm sorry, it's not something told lightly to outsiders. There's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramarye secret, then? Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. Recipient Zach Gramarye. Magnifique Gramarye. And this. Transferal of rights. You see the signature. A transferal. That looks like the actual page that would have been ripped out, huh? That's Magnifique Gramarye's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Gramarye. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. It just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique Gramarye's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That's why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel.
Sir, here you go.
What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. I need a public notary besides.
I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary.
You are?
By day, I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well.
Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. Transferal of rights added to court record. Document transferring the right to perform the Gramarye repertoire to daughter Trucy. I've finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, he said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. What happens if they come back? What happens? Surely you have something in mind. I guess you need to do that at some point, but like, you also need to have a procedure available for if they do just show up again. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I'm securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. In this case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifie Gramarye. However, this was done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifie died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Gramarye, and Valent Gramarye. Not Trucy. I see. You do need this document. I've known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now, only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Truce's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. Just kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. She's very obviously that 3rd magician. In the pictures that no one brings up, even though she's right there. Maybe I can show you some objects. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. And it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Oh, you're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother Magnifie Gramarye's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifie's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zach? Brushel, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why?
Zach decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Thalassa Gramarye, she's the most mysterious one of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final why? As you said, I've come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago, we played. 7 years ago, I lost. I already lost to Magnifie. I do not care to lose to another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeves. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. The mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards. Russell, you may leave.
Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remembered a future or prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, but nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Then let us begin. Dealer. You will be witness to our competition.
It is honor for me.
Why haven't I seen her around here before? Oh, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him. After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I'd need to meet that reporter again. That much was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. The name Zach Grammary knew, but how and why? Solitary Cell 13. Went to visit him. They got this big fancy bookshelf and then just the least pleasant brick wall you've ever seen. Looks dirty. Present day, Central Prison, Solitary Cell 13. Is that a bird? Do you have a living bird in your cage? That's not a good cage for a bird. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's patch 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. I'm gonna look around. I didn't get to do the, what's it called? The Cyclops on, Zach. I wonder if they can be done or if it's something that's meant to be locked off. I'll have to check. It's strange, you know? Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you got more than books up there. Ah, yes, my collection. I have a few friends on the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little. You have a bird. Meow meow, what is it? That's chair. That's not even remotely what I was trying to click on. That's not remotely where I was clicking. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You'd probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You'd have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Yellow letter. What'd that say? I can't really read that. Too blurry. That envelope's been bothering me since I came in here. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? And I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Sneaking a peek is out of the question. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Ah, yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know. Requires careful tending, but she is my best friend, as they say. That's not how roses grow. These are cut. Best. Come on, now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Oh, of course. She's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites? Speaking of the photo next to the rose, my retriever, Vongol. Cute but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. I'm guessing someone else is dealing with the dog. It's time to speak with you. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt that you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shoddy Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramarye. You know, the defendant. Remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. And you're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Moving my microphone, see if I can sit somewhat more comfortably. I'm like hunched over, trying to be close enough to it. I need a shorter chair. That would help. And also if I didn't have a drawer in front of where my chair would theoretically be able to tuck under the desk. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes. Trial where Zach Gramarye pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years, we've been friends. And yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game. Zach Gramarye mentioned your name, Gavin. Huh, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. You do not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe, was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shoddy Smith? No, Zach Gramarye. Everybody's got Cyclops. You don't like one of them, which is natural. They're different color. Whoa, I've never seen Cyclops like these. They're all black now. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know. That wasn't there before. That bottle. Behind the... with the flowers. Where did that come from? Did you put it there? Is that what's happening? He's doing his nails. You just pull out of a drawer, and I noticed before he started using it. That's the bottle she has. The one that definitely had poison in it. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. Nail polish slipped into pocket, found in Christoph Gavin's cell, and nail polish is colorless. Guess we'll have to go. That should be good for, using on this one here. Because, provided they do carry back into the past, which would be a big ask, actually. Here's this. I don't know it exists yet. Look at it. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention, but what? I already grabbed her attention. Unless I messed it up. Let's see if this works. The client. I thought I smelled something. It's like burning dust. Let me get up and just double check there's not like a problem. That's a concerning thing. I only smelled it very briefly, but not noticing anything else. Seems like it's fine. Maybe my computer is getting warm from running visual novel? Not really. Loudest chair in the world. Alright. Let's get to this. The client. You seem to trust this client. Quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you this stamp.
No, that's not why. Hey, listen to me. It's my problem.
The problem that keeps her inside all the time.
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm?
Take that!
This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Where did you get that in the past, actually? That doesn't make sense. Not that the computer setup makes sense. Maybe it's related to that. The same bottles over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client?
Take that!
This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name's Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually.
I promised not to tell. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work.
I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then.
I think they might be the devil.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe an angel.
What do you mean?
I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face.
Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's?
No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile.
So, where'd you see this devil, then?
It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's what I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm.
I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gromery.
Did I do something bad?
What makes you think that?
Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad.
I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Hera.
Oh, okay.
Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Alright, and his are weird, so let's see if we can make some progress on this. What was it you were trying to hide? Blackmail. Yeah, that checks out. Do I have anything related to blackmail? Oh, the rights. Do I have that page available to me? I guess it's in here. Magic Incorporated. Zach's signature. I'm sure he's written it many times, being an external. But there's plenty of people out there who'd kill for a Zach Gromery autograph. I should look at these closely. Pretty hand bottle. Got a seal on the bottom. Ariadone. I've heard of that brand. This must be the brand symbol. It's supposed to be some kind of flower. Wait, no, maybe it's a hand? Wait, second thought. Is that an eagle? Who makes these things up anyway? You'd think they'd try for a clearer symbol at least. I imagine the confusion is part of the idea. So this is Trucy's mother, Thalassa. She's pretty. I can picture her up on stage with Zach. Still, she looks like a down-to-earth type too. I guess Trucy takes after her. And I've looked at the rest of them. Weird. Would have thought the other bit would be here, but whatever. It'll probably be clear when I'm actually talking to him. The trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. And he got his wish. His life was taken. But weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder. My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Now to explain, your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. gun. The fact that you're using a gun on stage.
Take that!
Why, that's one of ours. Where did I get this? Through time travel, don't worry. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? You're magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murderer, Mr. Valent. Oh wait, no. This is from this case. Never mind. This is from this case. I lost track of the time. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach and Valent's Cricketstraw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Want to shoot him canceled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been canceled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. Tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an incident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic's not concerned with what ifs. It's concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so the show might go on. And this shows who it was. Shows who it was? Or shows the person it was? Which is a different statement. Shows who it was would be proof. Shows the person is this object. Or maybe this, saying that there's 3 of them here, and we sure haven't seen 3 of them.
Take that!
A word, if I may. Yes. Does it excite you to know you stand at a critical moment in your quest? Yeah, it does, sort of. And you never make it on stage. You're not fit to be a magician. Give it up. Okay, you want the other one. I hadn't actually been considering that as a career option. She'll find something else to while away the time. Figuring out who that bullet hit. Okay. So you want the specific person and not... There used to be 3 of you, you know? I can see that.
Take that!
But that's... Zach Gramarye's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. And this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Is it this one now? Troupe Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We're not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Thalassa, yes. Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troupe was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifique, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. A great foundation for blackmail. Balance got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. On the right address, Mr. Wright. I'm so close, there has to be something about how Thalas's death could affect Zack and Val's relationship with Magnifi. Seeing your eyes, you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's accident tied your hands completely. So completely. The evidence with a person. Da-da-da-da. I mean, he's like dying. Something says that, yeah. He doesn't care if he's gonna get in trouble for covering up a murder. He's already dying. That's for someone else to deal with. No better proof than the evidence. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. This evidence proves why Magnifi held so much power over you.
Take that!
I guess. Were you by any chance trying to threaten me? No, of course not. You'll never make a good blackmail artist, never. Not a career choice I'd been considering, actually. Keep up your dreams. Work an honest job, that's my advice. I'd better stop dreaming, get to work here fast. Magnifi used Thalas's death as a means to control his disciples. How was that possible if he could be implicated in the cover-up? I really have the evidence to prove this? I think that other one... So you have something to say, possibly prove more than you already have. Maybe a person would be more... It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. So you're just saying it in the same way, which does not help. An understudy. Magician. I might not have. I'm not sure. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Let me see. Over here, despite it being checked off, it wasn't checked off, it just kicked me out. I see. It's like you did all the things, but then you showed a thing that activated the end of the everything. So enjoy. You know about Mr. F. Mr. Zack, could you tell me about this? Mr. Wright, we meet for the first time in 7 years and you offer me this. Please. I was telling you about your daughter's trick. Look at it. Isn't it neat? You probably already knew about it, but like, look at it anyway. She still does that. It wasn't a present. This guy's a hard sell. Probably not gonna rise out of him unless I show him something real interesting. Whatever. Let's see how this is. Maybe this one's more manageable. We only got 3. Grammary secret. Since we got about something else, but you know, whatever. Hopefully it'll get me something useful. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammary? Will not speak of that! Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. This presumably wants evidence of her death, which I don't have, so I must need to deal with the other guy, or maybe I can try doing something with Gavin? I don't know. Unless you want to hear about the reason, but the fact that both of you say that doesn't sound right. Because we're not really pressing that issue. I don't know about that. I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. It's time to do a little more legwork. Let's show you some stuff, maybe. You don't care about that. This is... Okay, you gave me this. More about it? No. You wouldn't care about nail polish. Unless you would. Care about nail polish? Nope. It's locked up, and I don't even have the option for it. Still, you wanna look at objects? I find this suspicious. What do you think about this, Gavin? I hardly need to remind you that I am not a free man. I care little about the outside world, save advances in chair technology. You gave it to me. No information forthcoming there, I guess. You gave this to me. This is not the outside world. Probably nothing to say about any of this then. Doesn't seem I can even do anything with those. Popper won't even pop up. What are we doing? I suppose while I'm here I should probably save. It's been a minute. Mason system. Fascinating. Oh, it's late now. Still, I don't want to just stop in the middle of things. I should finish this up. Surely this is the next thing to be done. Unless there is a good reason why he wouldn't want to. That was the... No, I wanted to pull up my court record, but apparently you can't do that in this mode. Whatever. He has less locks, which usually means you're supposed to do that first. But I'm not sure I can come up with a reason out of the evidence I have. Oops. Let's see. One real bullet, barrel marks, bullet on the victim, no fingerprint. Well, Locket's not going to show why you don't want to talk about her. Sent from a real client. That's not helpful. Yeah, like, theoretically the fact would be we'd point out that we know she's dead, but we have to find that out from the other guy. So maybe I can do the other thing? It's asking for if you want to show a person or a... I'll just kind of skip through these till I get to the bit I'm doing. Ask someone, commit a murder, his life was taken, means danger, proof of this danger, who had a gun, who was using gun. Magicians, unfortunate, someone got hurt, there had been an accident, who do you think was shot? That's her. Oh no. How could you say this? She was obviously at most risk because look, she was there. Okay. Yes. And now we need to figure this out. A part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magfie, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But, Mr. Wright, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Alan's got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magfie covered it up, his innocence would come into question. On the right address, Mr. Wright. So close, there has to be something. About how Thalas's death could affect Zack and Valen's relationship with Magfie. I wonder if it's true. See, I can't save in this mode. Fair enough. See it in your eyes? You still have something to say. Can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalas's accident tied your hands so completely. Because he wouldn't need to mention it to the police specifically. She wouldn't be able to go to them. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands. And this information proves why Magfie held so much power over you. No. What proves it? It's not gonna be any of this. It wouldn't be that. Transfer of rights. Because, I mean, if he revealed it, that'd just be both of them. That's a wholly unrelated thing. That's not helpful. Person. Must be. Trucy's father, defendant in a trial, vanished just before the verdict was announced. Zack Armory, daughters. Already dressed as part of the magician to the hilt. Young partner and understudy. Two of them on stage was a sight to see. This guy. Founder of Troop Grammary and a great magician, mentored to Zack and Valent. You're not helpful. Trucy's mother and the daughter of Magnify Grammary. Whereabouts currently unknown. That's not helpful. I feel like that might be the right, thing to look at, but I don't know how to tie it together. I'll never make a good blackmail artist. Not a career choice I've been considering, actually. Work an honest job. The troop was a tight-knit unit. It's all about the people involved. Their personalities, their histories. Who was Thalassa, really? See it in your eyes, you still have something to say. Should I point out her? To point out the fact that I was already trying to do? Would that help? You possibly prove more than you already have. Hide your hands so completely. Knowledge of the players. This is why. Because it says mother here. It doesn't mention parentage on Hearth on Trucy's thing. So maybe this will help?
Take that!
It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Gramarie's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnify Gramarie's only daughter. It was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnify's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! You filled like half the bar? Nothing's ever taken half the bar. There's no proof, none at all. But Thalassa went missing. Your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was the Complex family. I mean Troop Grammary. Master, Magnify Grammary, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was, an accident. Zack and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight toward that beautiful body on stage, and crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Surely you could tell if it went in her front or back. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Though I suppose if you didn't check at the time, it's too late now. Trucy lost her mother, Magnifie, his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifie Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. Passing of the torch from Magnifie to Zack and Valant. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalas's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifie's wishes. Magnifie forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions? Uh-huh. To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but to then hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Gramarye, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Now to find Magnifie's slayer, I should think. Not to find Magnifie's slayer, I should think. True. Huh. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name, I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It was no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. We will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time. Oh, I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet scent of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. Alright. Unlock anything over here. Drew Studio and Sunshine Coliseum. Nice. I don't know how long this will take. Oh, it's not like anyone has returned, and thus would want in the room. So, let's go look. Here's your new studio. You've cleaned it up nicely. Looks much better. Present day Drew Studio.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you, journalist, ex-attorney and bar, end quote.
Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Measham was poisoned, and his daughters Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalists wish he'd tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Cramery was a good friend. Zach said something to that effect back at the Porsche Bowl Club. What a character, what a man! If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. First, I want to look around. Phoenix should at least have new things to say, even if nothing is worth looking at. Those 3 paintings. All Drew's works, of course. Which is to say, Vera's works, really. Or to be more precise, Vera's forgeries of someone else's works. Of course, if you demand utter and total precision... Actually, there's nothing more. I was about to say... Look at all the stuff on the ground. This is where Measham fell. Mr. Measham fell. Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you know Mr. Measham? I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. Oh, that's a story right there, it is. I smell a scoop. Ex-attorney now down on his luck, being his place and not of sorrow, end quote. I'm all ears, let's have it, don't want anything back. Could you at least get rid of the down on his luck part? Coffee, no. Painting, no. Door. Door outside. Or I might come walking in any moment, if she wasn't in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again, I wonder? A drafting table, probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. You know what I think about that, I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand, no rules, no restrictions. You really think a line drawn by a ruler is going to move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write in an article with a ruler, end quote. Unless you wanted a ruler to write the address on your blackmail letter straight. That's what I think. You could quote me on it too. You could drop this guy on a deserted island and he wouldn't get bored. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course, it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being to ever set foot inside this studio. Or other than Mr. Measham, of course. Oh, and Vera, too. And this is assuming that I'm human, of course. I'm beginning to have my doubts. Look at all the jars of paints and pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color? My guess is that they're sorted by age. Age? When you're making forgery, it's important to match the age of the original, see? Paint compositions changed a lot over the years. Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school? A journalist relies on writing skill and imagination, end quote. As long as you don't do news stories by imagination. Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake. I find myself not caring anymore. Let's take a closer look at that desk. Here's the letter. This envelope's from the client who requested that forgery. Just think, if this has gotten lost in the mail, I'd still be wearing my attorney's badge. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp indeed. A commemorative stamp put there by a daughter who killed her father. Sometimes life just sucks. Oops. The photo's part of it.
Objection!
I just have to do that when I see this pose. I can't believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. No, I'll just pretend it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. I think I looked at everything. Alright, let's talk. It was tragic what happened to Drew Measham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime and they paid the price. You know what really did them in though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page. Night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Measham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Balls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. All the time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Measham felt like he was being watched. And you, along with him. You're sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Hidden cameras? Don't you wonder why Zach Gromery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. He completely vanishes from that courtroom. And for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? Sit up. Normally my chair is not so uncomfortable, but normally I get up and move. And also just sort of shift around in the chair, which I'm attempting not to do too much because it makes all that noise. Oh, it's still well over here, right? Yeah. Ugh. What's on my hand? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Grammary? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot-'em practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug out quite the scoop. I wanted all money, fame, woman, a little puppy, all for me. I was younger then. My days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Violet Grammary did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? And Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy, end quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Creamery. Something strange was in the air over at Troop Creamery in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling disciple scene had started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times. But over time, he became CBS's confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting? For his big comeback, of course. Big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course, it was all a dream. Because of this. Performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valent? So Valent waited until Zach died. Legally, at least. Time finally comes and Valent's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valent Creamery. Lost out to his partner at work and in love too. Love? That's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. One has 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of it all, in the middle of all of this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Did I get anything from this? Not yet. Well, I guess you're here now. I don't think that helps. Look at objects. Further thoughts on this? Mr. Brushel, could you take a look at this? I hear you loud and clear, loud and clear. So, you want me to write an article on that, right? What's the angle? Actually, no, that's okay. I don't need an article. Just wondering if you had any thoughts on this? I hear you, I hear you. You want me to stiff around for a scoop? Well, you've come to the right nose, my friend. It's odorless. Thanks. Okay, that was a little less than informative. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times, 5 times actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammar. Thalassa Grammary. Magnifique Grammari's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy. See? It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They'd only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Those bracelets. That's like Apollo's bracelet. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know. Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. Is that Apollo? What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband who died during a performance. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know. Photo of a young Thalassa, Trucy's mother. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifie. Huh? I was just wondering what Magnifie would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifie. And with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some Grammary gene. Magnifie told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. Not good like a Grammary's eyes, not that good. Wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammary secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammary. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammary fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grammary's power. Power which passed from Magnifie Grammary to Thalassa to the next generation. I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Let's go check out here. Present day, Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Mallant. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press, I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. Well, let's look around. There's the Coliseum itself. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a Coliseum, but it's a great forum. Yes, it is a favorite of mine. I have always been fond of Sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently? Oh, yeah. Something about something going on during some concert. Exactamundo. I see no reason to hide the fact that I, too, was involved in that case. Well, that's something. Did you help solve it? Huh. What do you take me for? No, I merely serve to deepen the mystery. That's obstruction of justice. I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery whenever possible. What a big poster. That sure is a big sign. Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I considered using it for one wall of my house when the show's over. Wow, your house is that big? Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. I was torn over just how big to make it, until that sign whispered the answer to me. That's really beautiful. People, dog, this. A man in a costume is handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons somehow. A favorite of mine, balloon sellers that is. I would have them join me on the big stage. I would hand out balloons to the children in the audience. Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show? Bravo. Possibility had not even occurred to me. Phoenix Wright, entertainment consultant. People hanging out, truck, signs, balloon. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close. It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. Perhaps with the climax of Valent's quick draw shoot-'em returns. I stand on the stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is pierced. It explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes? Fire hazard, more like. Little, I guess. No one inside the Coliseum would be able to see it. Bravo! Took me 4 days of planning to realize that. Have to do it for some sort of outside show, I guess. Alright, let's talk. One topic. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnify's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Balance skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. It was my partner who showed me on my way. Zach Gramarye. This rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Gramarye murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were yesterday. As if it were... Drink water. I remember as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? I misread that exclamation point as an L and was like, Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Only 2? I knew I'd be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I've heard 7 years ago. Only 2, and the only other thing I have is that, either trying to deal with Gavin, which I don't even have an option for, or the other thing, which I don't quite have a thing for yet, I don't think. What exactly was the phrasing of that question? I can't recall. Nothing useful. Magdafi's death. Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. This is still working, right? Looks good. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years, I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valiant. But right now, I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramarye's seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnafi's miracles. What? Zach Gramarye. He wrote this. What? He passed everything to his daughter. Trucy Henigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone. Vanished to the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. What? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived enthralled to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnafi. Yes, it was Zach, it was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way to get out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Gramarye shot Magnafi? Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnafi Gramarye? I don't think I have the evidence for that yet. None of this is helpful, is it? I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. That's an awkward place to leave. Do all that and just be like, actually wait, I need to go somewhere else. Can I deal with you yet? Weird that this is lumped under present day. It's not 7 years ago, but it's certainly not something you can just go do. Now, what even was the phrasing on this? I don't recall. The Gramarye secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. You gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Gramarye? Ooh, not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. I mean, presumably that would be filled in with proof of the fact that she was killed, which we know, but we don't have an evidence for. It wouldn't be this. This is just a picture. She's got those bracelets. That's not helpful for what's happening here. What else am I missing? I mean, there's this guy. His stuff's locked up. I can't even activate the Magatama on him. It's just like that. You want to look at things I have? Do you know this person? What do you think? No, you do not care. You're not helpful. I'm like, I've dealt with all this. It's all checked off. So presumably I shouldn't need to deal with it anymore. So maybe I'm just not understanding something? Who? Who killed that guy? That's the problem. We did not cover it. It's apparently something in the evidence would show. It wasn't him himself. That wouldn't make sense. Mouse forge, look at my things. Memoir. What am I missing here? It must be the other one, but like, how would I point out her death? I don't have anything that says that. Do you want to look at objects I have? Maybe that'll help. Look at this picture. Could you take a look at this, Mr. Valent? Forgiveness, I beg. Valent has eyes for naught but the preparations for his show. The Colosseum, the hot air balloon, the sign, oh, and the balloon seller. Right, sorry. What's the balloon guy have to do with his show? Mr. Hat. You don't care. What am I missing? Clearly I'm missing something. Ow. So he needs evidence of the person who killed this guy. And the other guy needs me to be able to bring up the fact that Thalassa died in an accident, which I have information. I know this. I acquired this information, but I do not know how to apply it. I do not have an evidence with which to apply that. Unless he wants my gun. You want me to show you the gun? I could use the gun. That might be it. Look at this gun. Let's see. I just read this. When you use the resources, Trucy has power. You don't want to talk about her because gun. Alright, there we go. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grammary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder, I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet, there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grammary has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack. I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one's already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy. His name is... I forget. Something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. An attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I can use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring? Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. Oh, he was a performer. They met when he joined us Gramarys as a guest at our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child, then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. You got this thing in the future. They are a Gramary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy. Her son. Oh. Just broke the other one. This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet, the fact is that it is passed down the Gramary line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. But quite, this is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension. Without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects. Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit, the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I've made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point with those two. Our brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live a life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something? Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrists. I can speak. And this has something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Gramary power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of their muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on the wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped, if they focus. Oh, but it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of crowd before one may distract it. So, basically what you're saying is the Grammarys can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing, it is knowing. Their power relies on the eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me, too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You were talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things. That is all I know of things Grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? Said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night. The night my mentor, Magnifie Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifie's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifie Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. I don't know a voice for this guy. Take this, Hannah. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. That's a terrible voice. Take this. Take it. Bad. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? Just thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? Or, how could I shoot you? You are my mentor. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? And of course I would have given Valant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think? Huh. But this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I'm sorry. I've done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifie wanted you to be his successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valant's. Perhaps it is not something we'll ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Oh. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You told me to tell you they've put the blame for our mentor's death on him. The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated? Even though I'm dead. That night, Zack Gramery was killed. He died as Shoddy Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. There we go. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed, I, Zack Gramery, murdered my mentor, Magnifee Gramery. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Gramery. Zack's confession added to the court record. Confession to the slaying of Magnifee Gramery. Alright, let's get this done then. I'll read this out again. Magnifee's death. Now, ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. Okay, everything looks good. Just double checking. 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Gramery seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner, but I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifee's miracles. What? Zack Gramery. He wrote this. What? He passed everything to his daughter. Trucy Henigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zack is gone. Vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifee. Yes, it was Zack, it was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zack Gramery shot Magnifee. Is that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Gramarye?
Take that!
I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zack Gramarye wrote one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Gramarye. See, all according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet, it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing the deceptions I've wrought upon myself. Zack wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. Al-Ghazan! You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zack Gramarye killed no one. And you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two received instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Gramarye in the forehead? If I had, and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance? Use you well, there's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor, Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I know it. So Valiant Gramarye did kill the great Magnifi. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as... I don't know, knack and talent Gramarye, maybe? Your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. When Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnifi, then it had to be the only other person at the scene. Which means... Wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifi Gramarye himself. So, Magnifi Gramarye committed suicide. I find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Gramarye. Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zack Gramarye, not me. I see. And I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. Huh? My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Framing, I suppose. This Valiant Gramarye confessing something to me. What could be more serious than murder? Let's see. I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. How did no one come in when they heard a gunshot? Like, it seems like a problem. Whatever. That was when I heard it. A little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime. What? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room. Which was IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murderer on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnify called me back. I am sorry, Valant. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnify Gramarye killing himself. And the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV fluid liquid I'd brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valant. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in. My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. Zack Gramarye was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her. The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gramarye. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zach Gramery, Shoddy Smith, whichever you prefer. He is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Alright, let's see if we can wrap this up. Goodness, it's late. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well. Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Let's look at this envelope. I can also look at other things. I guess that's probably just because he's not talking about them. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is Drew Measham. I was right.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
If this is the last letter that Drew Measham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atroquinine spray finds anything. There it is. So this was Drew Measham's messenger of death. It was this stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you, so please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write later the report. Drew Measham. Gotcha. Letter from Measham added to court record. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail. Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Why are you meowing? J-Ball. He's sad. Vera Measham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning. It never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Yeah, that's probably for the best. We've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now, it's time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. be continued. But not until some other time. Not right now. My goodness. Why is it 0? Do you think it's midnight? What are you talking about? What? Why did my save say that? Look. Do you think it's midnight? Are you lost? It's like nude. Whatever. Odd. Anyway. So that's that. I suppose we'll be getting into the trial next time. But that next time will be Friday. On Wednesday, I will be streaming Professor Layton and the Diabolical Box. I decided to move it to Wednesday to lessen the gaps between the Phoenix Wright. Because otherwise I had it on like Monday, and that made a much longer gap in between Phoenix Wright over the weekend and also that. So, Professor Layton, Wednesday. More Phoenix Wright on Friday. 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Anything else? No? I think we're good. So we'll get to that on Friday. Have a nice day. Goodbye.